Yeah.
That's all. Don't even. My thing is like, you don't have a lot of power in this, so you shouldn't be like stressing about it because it's under your control.
What you can control as best you can. Chill.
Okay, anyway, I'm gonna need people's help. Can you go on my stream real quick? I need to see if some filters I'm gonna use will work for filtering out background shit.
Comes in like, are you done with the dog? Right, okay.
Well, I need help in 10 minutes for class.
Let's see a space daddy.
Alright, so I'm gonna try talking for a little bit. I just applied a game filter. Let me know if, like, the main thing I'm trying to get fixed is if I can put a filter on this that will make the fan noise behind me sound reduced. I put one filter on.
It's not really noticeable at the beginning.
Like, I didn't notice it until you were like,
you said
bad noise.
I didn't notice it either.
Probably because it's not blowing directly on it. I actually just did apply a noise suppression filter on it, so that probably did help.
Do you want us to look at what you have on screen or what you have on your shared screen?
I'm not having anyone look at any of that stuff. Like it's the noise that I'm asking about right now. Audio.
I smell like shit.
Yes.
Why? Take a shower.
So, anyone?
I took a shower. I just forgot to put on conditioner or whatever it's called.
Put on some color.
Yeah.
Shower again.
No, that conditioner on my.
Get a couple and just fill it with.
So anyway, when class begins, well, how many people are here going to participate tonight or today?
What does participate mean?
Well, come in and.
People always come in for your classes.
Well, no, I just want to know if anyone specifically here is going to participate because I wanted to, you know, if people are chatting in here, you can continue chatting in the room we're going to use.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I'm definitely here to listen to the class.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like,
Well, I don't know if I probably won't do it in this room. I'll do it in the figure drawing room, which I think it has voice enabled right now. Let me check it. Yes, it has voice enabled, but I think it's push to talk, which is fine.
I think push to talk's probably better.
That's what I'm using.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so anyway, I have model sheets to supply for people for the class that I'm going to upload to Google Photos and other file share things. And we'll get started on doing time figure poses and stuff. Yeah, and there's going to be on-screen like short poses and stuff of photo reference, like dynamic figure photos and stuff, and then you try to draw the character you've picked according to the character, according to whatever. Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna do that in about 8 minutes. I'll draw. Actually, I should probably jump up to the figure drawing room right now. So I'm gonna do that, and then I'll restart the stream when we start. So I will pop up there now.
Hi.
Jello. Yes. Yeah, we're gonna be drawing. I'm gonna be restarting the screen. Let me take 1 second. Alright, we're live on Twitch now. I'm going to be restarting the Twitch stream in about 6 minutes when we start. Anyone who did not come here with a model sheet, say so in chat. You should have ideally had a character picked out before you came here. If not, no worries. I have a bunch of stuff I have a bunch of stuff I gathered that you can use. And we're not going for perfection this session. This is the first session of a workshop that is modeled after figure drawing lessons that I took when I was in college, where you use an existing character design and you try to use figure drawing pose reference to draw the character in different poses and stuff. So we're going to be doing that for the next 3 hours with time figure poses. You can use one of your own character designs too. It doesn't have to be an existing franchise or whatever. Use OCs or your friends' OCs or whatever. This is also an exercise that is useful for working out kinks and developing your own character design stuff too. Like working out kinks in your animation character models and stuff. For me, I've picked Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff, and that's like, I've got a PureRef file full of that shit on screen. I'm actually going to share that file and a few other PureRef files. I'll show people actually before the class, just before the class begins, how to use PureRef. I'm going to have people download that so they can make use of it. Ideally for this, you want to have reference images open. Printed or next to you somehow of the character that you're trying to draw. So if you have a book or another image source that you can display for yourself that'll display the character, that would be what you would want to have. Unless it's a character that you know pretty well that you could do. Like if it's an OC or something that you already kind of know the general shapes of or whatever. Or a character you kind of already know how to draw. warming up a bit with some of the general shapes of some of the Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles characters. We'll be beginning class in about 3 minutes. I'm going to have us do a warm-up round before we like the warm-up round. You're not going to have to worry too much about whether or not you're drawing a character. Warm-up round will be about, let's make it 15 minutes. I'm just going to start displaying time poses straight away, and after that, I'll go over a little bit of stuff on model sheets and how to break them down and stuff, and I will share the model sheet stuff I've collected. Here, yeah, this is the model sheet reference that I've. This is not really. Also, you don't necessarily have to use model sheets. Just a lot of stuff that would be an equivalent to model sheet reference. Just like a lot of reference of the characters, like from the show itself or whatever, can work too. Sort of like what I got, because I don't think they've really released the official Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles model sheets, other than like a few turnarounds and some stuff. But there is quite a lot of production art, and there's stills from the show and other things that I can use as my point of reference. And I'm going to base this stuff right here that you see on screen. This is going to be like next to my. This is going to be on another screen that I'm using near me. It's not going to be on screen during the stream, but I'm going to have it on screen near me to look at while I'm doing the drawing that I'm doing. I'll be cycling through it. How'd that get in there? Get out of here. But I'll be cycling through this huge ass file I made of like tons of Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles stuff. There's also here's some of the stuff I gathered. I gathered some stuff from Big Hero 6. There's a bunch of like very kind of theatrical animation style character designs. I mean, this was designed for a 3D animation, but this is designed for 3D animation, but it still works for doing 2D stuff. Let's see here, load. There's a bunch of anime model sheets in here, I think. Here's some modern model sheets. I have from Wander Over Yonder and the new Bugs and some stuff from the new Bugs Bunny. I'm gonna be sharing all of these files. Let's see here. Oh, shoot, there was an anime one I had that's not in here for some reason. Well, in any case, I'll share what I got. This is not model sheets, but oh, here we go. Why is this saved as male models? It's really weird. There we go. All right, so this is like this is a mix of anime stuff and stuff from Motor City, Mob Psycho 100. So like some Eastern and Western stuff in here, and some other random model sheets. A lot of Cowboy Bebop in there. Some of this is like you might not necessarily like stick to any one model sheet. You might kind of shift around and try different shapes and stuff during the session. Like I've got enough stuff in Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles I can shift between the different characters, for example. Or you might stick with one character for the whole session tonight. today. But yeah. Anyway, so I'm actually not going to restart the stream because we are pretty well set up. I'm just going to change the title of the stream. So, animation figure drawing class. So you are allowed to speak during this, like when we're doing the time poses and stuff. Just try not to get too rowdy. Try to treat this like class time when I'm, and try not to get too much ambient noise. Like I hear someone tapping their mic right now, so please put yourself on push to talk if you're not. I think this channel's on push to talk. But yeah, this should be pretty fun. So I'm gonna start us off with like some time poses, and then I'll share some of the ref files I have. I'm gonna load up my reference real quick. I'm thinking of making what we're doing today a regular thing because I think it's really valuable to study from existing model sheets or practice your own character designs in contexts like this. So this will probably be the main thing that we do on Saturdays. But I'm going to be continually evolving what we do on Saturdays in the future. So let's see here. Rise of Teams procedural stuff for me. That's on screen for me. I'm going to bring up the gesture drawing app so all of you will be able to see it. Where is it? It's not on my hotbar. Cool. There we go. Into taskbar. Whoop. What the hell? There you go. Alright. Let's see. Oh, good. That display is fully on the screen. Good. Let's hope I have enough room on screen for my stuff. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do 2-minute poses for, let's make it 20 minutes. That should give enough time during the break for me to share some stuff, share files with everyone. So we'll make it 20 minutes for the first sesh. Let's see, I will use whichever folder is bigger. There's going to be a bunch of cost. Let me just check through these real quick to make. I'm going to see which of these folders has the best variety of stuff for us to use. That might be good, but I might hold off on that one. That one will be good for later. Weird that there's nothing in that folder. So this is the one we used yesterday, so we might be repeating some poses here. Oh good, there's a, yeah, we'll use this one to start. Alright, so I'm going to set the timer for what is pose to start from. I'm going to set the timer for 20 minutes. Okay, Google, set timer 20 minutes.
Alright, 20 minutes, and we're starting now.
So you don't have to strictly follow the model, but strictly follow a model sheet right now. Just get warmed up. This is 20 minutes for warming up. I'm going to try to maintain a little continuity with what I was doing last night, if I can. Last night we were doing box forms and other construction like cylinders and so on, and making them bendy and pliable for figure drawing. Learning how to mannequinize the figure. So some of that is going to be continuity into this today, because you need that in order to do animation model sheets or draw animated characters, as well as realistic figures for that matter. So I'm not going to be strictly following my characters at first, but I'm going to slowly start as I get warmed up using them. So I kind of want to gauge myself a bit before I get further into the model sheets. Someone says that traditional stresses them out. You shouldn't be afraid of traditional. If you're not used to it, obviously. I'm not sure how good this pose would be. Let's change. That's actually not a pose, that's a painting. I should take that out of the folder. Let's see here. Yeah, I'll use this dude. Yeah, some of these I'm going to have to curate out from their folder. I think maybe for this one I could probably try doing a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles thing here. I'm going to start trying to get used to making the heads. I'm using, I'm not just the production art, but I'm using like the rough storyboard artists characters, where they did the characters like very, very rough and loose. They didn't strictly follow like a really nicely manicured model sheet. It's like you can start with something like this as a way to establish a pose or an attitude or whatever. And then get it on model later. Like the pretty accurate drawing of the character model sheet should come later. It's the same way with gesture drawing and figure drawing. You start with your initial broad strokes or whatever. Like there's enough time to make pretty drawings with these twos. Like kind of power through it and look for the big shapes. Like I'm going really scribbly right now, but as I start to kind of get a better sense of how to handle these, I'm hoping to get more simple stuff. Like it's kind of what I'm seeing in some of the animatic story artists that are really simple but still loose and expressive. The animatic artists are able to push the characters pretty dexterously because they're not as concerned with getting pretty manicured drawings. And at times I may not strictly follow the pose that's on screen. I may try to riff or invent during this session tonight or today. The name of the game here is to just loosen up and not be scared of drawing the characters. Not be scared of getting them wrong. I mean, the only way to learn how to draw character designs like these is to try drawing them. So you shouldn't be scared of that. Hang on, I can barely hear you. 1 second.
Yeah, it's just saying, I always just think that worst thing that can happen is you make something you don't really look up and then you move on to the next one.
Yeah. We'll do some slower poses too. We're going to do some 5s and maybe some 7s where we really try to get the character models a little bit more right. In fact, I'm probably going to have us do some 5s and 7s for the next sets, because then we can go back to doing short poses once you've started to kind of digest a little bit more how the character, and have time to really slow down and think about how the character you're trying to draw looks. So I'm not really drawing any one of the turtles right now. I'm actually kind of just using a generic sort of. This is generic turtle. That's not any of the specific characters. So I'm kind of trying to work out their basic pose mechanics a little bit. And how I might simplify it a bit, how do I eliminate detail? Maybe I should handle the blubber body as just a simple kind of box shape like this. And there isn't any time to be precious with these. I gotta keep moving. The name of the game here is not just to absorb the information, but also to kind of warm up your hand and eye right now. So you shouldn't be worried about whether or not your drawing sucks. Just get your hand moving, get observing. We'll be doing some slower poses where you'll be able to slow down after we do these warm-up sets. In future sessions I'll have more supplies of figure models to draw. I may, for study purposes, I might, for myself, continue drawing Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles next week. Because it might be worth it for me to kind of learn these characters a bit, or just stick with them enough so that I can draw them reasonably well. But I want to try other stuff too. The main reason why I'm doing this is because I want to start kind of absorbing a little bit more from modern character design in animated and current, although it's been canceled recently, animated shows.
cancel? When did that?
Yeah, it just aired its last thing recently.
Because I've always meant to get into it just because I love the art style, but...
Hmm. Specifically, there's a project that I want to do that I want to draw inspiration from Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So I'm going to be doing a lot of studies from their stuff in the coming weeks for myself. I'm not going to strictly be using their style, but a lot of the same mechanics I want to kind of absorb. Like, I kind of want to like do a lot of this and then see how I can rethink character designs for my own project, basically. Okay, yeah, you can do this too. It's not the best figure drawing, but it's good to do with maybe a gun pose somewhere in there, kind of like this. If this is a longer pose, I might skip this one, but this is only 2 minutes. It's an excuse to draw a prop. And a hand, probably. I put a bunch of laser tag photos in this folder. I think there's a couple dud photos in this too that we're going to skip. This one, no. So you kind of approach learning character model sheets the same way that you approach like figure drawing in general, which is why doing figure drawing is so essential. Like, you don't do it all at once, you kind of take it down to chunks. And digest it piece by piece. But what we're doing right now is like is also an exercise that animators will do in college and also professionally when they're starting on a new production or for a college class or something. They will often take existing character designs or their own character designs or the production that they've been hired on or whatever, and they'll do pose sessions like this to kind of usually from reference, but not always, if they've got a good visual library of poses to experiment with. So this one would be an opportunity for me to do Donatello, but I'm not strictly following his model right now. I'm just trying to like wrap my head in general around how the turtles work. So I'm not too worried about like drawing a specific turtle yet. And the thing is, I'm not going to be mastering this today. Like, I'm going to be doing this more in the coming weeks. So I've not really had very much practice recently drawing any kind of character model sheets. So this is going to take me time to digest. And we're going to be doing more of this next week. I'll be doing more of this on my off time too. The other benefit that this has is that it teaches you a little bit to push the pose some. Because like if you're drawing a cartoon character, then you have a little bit more permission to go beyond what the figure model is. I'm not really pushing it too much right now, but I'm going to try to as I get more warmed up. Wow. I think that's a Shadowrun cosplay. That actually would not look out of place in Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles right there. All those characters. Like if you told me these were characters from a live action Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I would believe you. Like side characters or something. You should feel free to not necessarily stick with any one character this session either. Like, you can bounce between them, maybe even invent a character on the fly if you want. I actually wanted to gather like a bunch of the Art of Cuphead stuff for people to use, but I didn't have time. I'll be gathering more model sheets throughout the week. Yeah, I figured a session like would be good because this is like a practical exercise for applying the stuff that we're using, that we're learning in the other classes that I'm teaching through the Twitch, the head drawing and figure and gesture drawing classes. Like this is a practical application of that, and it is the direction that I'm going to be applying the stuff that I'm doing in these two. For character design and animation, for character design and animation drawing. I'm going to evolve this little class that we're starting in over time. I'm thinking I might do one of the things I wanted to do originally, which is like study frames of like Sakuga animation and stuff. Sakuga animation. We'll probably mix those in future iterations of this class. But we're focused on practical application right now on through figure drawing. Okay, Google, stop. Okay, Google, set timer for 10 minutes.
10 minutes, starting now.
So we're on a pseudo break right now while I go over some things and share some files. Oops, I'll pause it on this guy. He's a very crunchy image. Sorry about that, but so anyway, so I'm trying to warm up and stuff, and these are my loose sketches so far down in the corner. There we go. So I've gotten really stiff because I've been mainly doing the figure drawing classes stuff, and I haven't been like applying it to expressive characters and stuff and so on. This one's actually a pretty good warm up. I may want to do some more stuff like this and not get caught up in like too much in getting too sloppy too early with the characters. Like I think that I might want to do some more of that right here. But yeah, like as we get continually warmed up, we'll be able to apply more and more of the knowledge that we're absorbing from the figures we're drawing into the characters that we're trying to learn. And I have a bunch of PureRef files that I'm now going to share. First off, I'm going to link people PureRef. Download this app. It works on Mac and then on Windows. It's a free file. I'm posting it in the figure drawing text chat, and I'm going to post it in Twitch as well. Wow, 76 viewers. Welcome aboard, everyone. And once you have that downloaded, I'm going to upload upload all the PureRef files I have for this class. Let's see here. Full drive. Let's see. Drive. I gotta find a better way to store and share files in the future. If I get support for covering the bills from it, I might subscribe to some kind of like a pay per month cloud sharing service or something, so I can share more of the class files with people. Actually, you know what? I can upload them to my Patreon. That's a good idea. I'll make a free post on Patreon of the. No, that's not a good idea because it's not my artwork. No, I should not upload that to Patreon. That's not a good idea. Okay. So, Google Drive. Alright, we're on break right now, so I can fiddle with this. Why is Google not logging in? Cool, thanks, Google. Well, I can use Google Photos, but I'm gonna have to export a bunch of shit. Well, first off, here's some useful stuff from last night. I'm gonna suggest people also refer to this stuff here, and this is in a Google Drive folder. I'm actually going to display this on screen alongside my animation reference because I want to maintain continuity with what I'm studying from last night. But here's a useful folder right here of a bunch of some of the stuff we were using as reference last night for our figure drawing session. So I'm going to have that open alongside what I'm doing right now, so I can be studying that. And in addition to that, let's see, I've got to upload my PureRef files. Oh good, Google Drive is working now. So I'm going to create a folder. PureRef model sheets. File uploads. There we go, PureRef boards. Huh. And I don't think it's recognizing the file. Oh, there we go. Alrighty, it's uploading now. I'm going to share the folder after it finishes. But, yeah, here in the let me put what we got on screen real quick. Reference focus. Disable that. And so here's what I'm using over here. And I'm just waiting for it. I've got another minute or so before it finishes up. A couple minutes or so before it finishes uploading and stuff that I'm going to share from these folders. But yeah, this is the PureRef file that I'm using, that I'm going to be cycling through at random intervals, or pulling back from a little bit to get like a smash up of a bunch of character images. Basically, like creating an image. I basically created an image board that I can cycle through for myself of Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles art. To like see different ways the characters have been handled and pushed, and the ways that storyboard artists have done. I even put like stuff like this in for variety. This is like the Turtles as babies in from one of the comics. Yeah, there's stuff like this. That's like storyboard artists, like production sketches. Storyboard artist stuff at the top, and then the character models from the show at the bottom. So like they don't have to be perfect. They can be about as rough and loose as like the stuff up top there. But if you want to slow down and like do the character models a little bit more how they would appear in the final thing, you can do that during the longer poses we're going to do. I think we're going to do another set of twos because I want us to warm up and stay loose a bit more now that we kind of we're going to have a better heading of what to do. But yeah, this will also be in the included in the folder that's uploading right now. I'm just actually waiting on that file to finish. You can export these images from PureRef into a folder from the save thing here, save all images, and you can export them directly. And you can also like you can get PureRef to print out like an image board like this. Did I? I'm pretty sure I linked PureRef in chat. Did I? Did I not? Yeah, I did. I'll link it again in Twitch. It was linked in Discord earlier, but yeah, pick up this software. It's free, and you'll use it to open the files that I've just finished uploading that I'm going to share right now. Okay, Google, how much time left on timer?
There's 43 seconds remaining.
Goody. Okay, Google, stop timer. I'm going to share the folder. Maybe I'll give about another 3 minutes or so. Okay, Google, add 3 minutes to timer.
Done. 3 minutes added to your timer.
All right, let's see here. My drive. Let's see. PureRef. Model sheets. There we go. Share. All right, so let me know if this works and if you can download the files here. If not, then I have to change file permissions so that people can download these. But those should be the PureRef files right there. I only work on my phone, by the way, so it's kind of hard. Yeah, that's okay. Just use whatever you can that's handy. If you have any art books or anything you can use nearby. Or you can just draw a character out of your head. Or you can just use this as a regular pose session. It's okay. This is our first session doing this. So we'll have other sessions to be more prepared next time if you want to...
Posted?
Huh?
Where were they posted?
Post what?
The refs.
The references?
Yes.
Like if you have references to share with other people here?
No, the ones that you could download.
I posted the download links to in the well, you're supposed to download them and use them yourself.
Yes.
Also, the PureRef thing is free. You can set the amount that you pay for it to 0. It's just like a pay donation thing. Speaking of which, I'm gonna plug my Patreon, which is the link is below on my link is below here on my Twitch page, along with a direct donation link. And also, if you have a Twitch Prime sub or if you want to subscribe to me, every little bit helps. I teach these classes for free, and donations will help me run the classes smoother and get additional equipment I need to run these classes better. But yeah. Anyway, so I'm going to drag this back over where I need it, and then we're going to get started again shortly. Okay, Google, how much time left on timer? Okay, Google, how much time left on timer?
T-minus 34 seconds.
Beauty. I hope people are set up. If you're not, you can spend a little extra time getting set up. If you still need a little time to get like the PureRef file handy or whatever, export them into an image folder. If you're not going to use the PureRef itself, print out a page, whatever. Let's see here. I'm going to open another thing I have handy that I'm going to use myself. Okay, Google, stop. And we're going to be doing a 25-minute session of 2-minute poses, a 26-minute session.
25 minutes added to your 10-minute timer.
Okay, Google, stop timer. Okay, Google, stop timer.
All right, consider it canceled.
So anyway, that little Google a Google photo album that I shared in chat. Let's see here. Got that open? All right, there we go. That little Google folder album I shared in chat. I actually have that open too, in addition to the animation character reference I'm using. So I get a 1-2 punch of reference to draw from. So we'll start with this. It's a really crunchy image, but just use the pose. So, okay, Google, set timer for 26 minutes. We'll be doing. Okay, Google, set timer for 26 minutes.
26 minutes, starting now.
All right, so we'll be at this for the next 26 minutes, 2-minute poses. Just keep loosening up. This is still kind of like the warm-up phase that's going on right now. Like hopefully by hour 2 you'll start to get into more of a groove. Somewhere midway through hour 2, you'll start to get more of a groove of like what you want to do, even though you're still going to be kind of struggling. And then hour 3 is where you'll be able to kind of like solidify what you're trying to study and learn for this session. Like what 1 or 2 things, or what 1 or 2 things that you want to really absorb from this session is what you should be aiming for practicing when you get to hour 3. And it's strongly advised that you stick around for the full 3 hours for a session like this, because that's the optimal way to absorb and learn when you do a figure drawing session. like the rough ratio of like how long it takes the brain to get warmed up and then like start being receptive to taking on new information is roughly around 3 hours of concentrated study. Concentrated, paced out study with, you know, little breaks so you don't fatigue yourself like we're doing right now. So I'm not strictly following the character models right now. I'm going to be bouncing between that, but incorporating elements of the character models in it. Like there's a little bit of how I'm going to be handling maybe the shoulders on some of the turtles characters in this guy. And another thing I would encourage doing on your own, I might do it during this session too, at some point. But you could take a piece of tracing paper or lower opacity, like on an image like this or something. Draw over the top of it and try to draw riff on the pose that you see on screen, and try to fit your character into it. Like this page would work excellently for, you know, trying to do a quick draw over exercise using the Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles characters. Yeah, the point of doing an exercise like this is to like spend a little time doing some disciplined focusing on a particular approach to drawing, or trying to learn particular characters that you're creating, or wanting to learn something from. So over the course of the session, my figures are going to be bouncing between looking less turtle-like and more turtle-like as I start to kind of like very slowly feel my way around the models. There's going to be times when I'm able to push stuff more, when I feel more comfortable. It also is a little bit liberating to, you know, I'm drawing a character, I'm not trying to draw an accurate human figure. I'm going to be riffing on them. I'm going to be playing with symbols and shapes. So I don't have to be as concerned with like complex anatomy. Kind of like what I'm doing here. Another thing you can do is if you do these, maybe go back over them again and try to get them to look more like the characters you were trying to draw. Like I might go back over this again later and push it to look like more like one of the turtles, using this as a starting point. Like I'm definitely starting to feel it a little bit on this. Like it's going to take a while for me to digest these characters because this is an approach to drawing I really haven't practiced as far as like these particular character designs and stuff. But that's why I'm doing this, because I want to absorb and learn from it and take the time to pay attention to it. Some of the other stuff I'm interested in practicing in the future is Mob Psycho 100. I want to definitely practice stuff from that. Oh, I don't know if we should use that one. Yeah. Alright, no, probably not that one either. That's pretty good. Yeah. I mean, it's you can tell what the pose is. That's all you need for doing these. Like, so you can tell the posture or whatever of the pose, even if he's got like all those clothes on. That's enough to work with. Whoops. Remember, you're riffing on these. You're not strictly copying the model. Like, the goal is to kind of free yourself up to invent a little bit with the characters that you're trying to learn how to draw. Hang on, I got a DM I got to answer real quick. Oh, that's lovely. Yami, one of our moderators, posted a lovely collection of channel emojis they made for themselves. I'll show them later on during the break. It's very nice work, Yami. Makes me jelly. Makes me realize I should get my button gear on making my other sub emotes for this channel, and maybe pre-making some so I can so that I can have them ready to go when I like hit the subscriber tier, the subscriber numbers that I need in order to unlock additional emotes. So I'm starting to get a little away from Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles characters, so I think I want to pull up my model sheets a little bit more. Where's my other thing? Let's get both of my reference images near me. One of the things I actually want low-key in the future is, because when I'm doing these classes, I have to have another display open on OBS. It's kind of hard to have my reference on screen at the same time as like all this other stuff that's happening. So I kind of want to, in the future, like get another monitor or two even to multitask a little better. And I say two because I'm currently using a television for one of them, and it's a little bulky and inconvenient for what I'm doing at the desk. So eventually I would want like 4 monitors. That would include my Cintiq, of course. So I'm not strictly following the model that's on screen, but I am kind of riffing off some of the rhythms in it a little bit. Like, even though I'm not drawing the pose of that guy on screen, I'm looking at like the shoulders and stuff and kind of using that to riff on to throw this little thing together of Raphael. This very terribly off-model Raphael. Something I might want to try is maybe starting with a facial expression, so that it might kind of drive what I do with the pose a bit more, like the attitude or whatever. So Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles makes a lot of use.
Didn't we do this one already?
What's that? I know we did not do this one yet. There's a similar pose like that we had earlier of another cyberpunk girl, though.
Didn't we already do this picture already?
Not today. No. No, we haven't done this picture yet. There was another similar one, kind of like this, that we did earlier in the session. Another cyberpunk roll.
Probably that.
Yeah. And it's okay if we repeat the same image for some of these, like because you might pull something different out of it the second time you do it. So this is the first drawing I've done that looks a little bit more remotely like one of the turtles. This one looks like more like Donatello. Still a little bit overall. It's still a little bit all over the place in terms of construction. Oops, I'm gonna skip that one. There we go. Yeah, even though these are like very muscular, athletic figures and stuff, there's no reason why you can't like riff on them to like draw like a Cuphead character or like a Wonder Over Yonder character or Bugs Bunny or something. I mean, it's still you riff on the pose when you do these. Drawing this kind of makes me realize I need to kind of look at how Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles handles the turtle butts. Like, do their butts stick out? Would it stick out when he does this, for example? Or are they kind of like flat shell butt? It's very important. Be interesting to get some feedback from some animation director friends of mine who have been doing some very on-model Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles art lately. They didn't work on Turtles, but they are easily skilled enough to be able to work on a show like that. And they have other people, they know other people who have worked at Flying Bark on Rise. So as I get further into this, I'll be able to ask them for feedback on how to approach these guys too. Should be fun. But don't worry about making good or bad drawings here. Like, the point is to just kind of expose yourself to this stuff. I mean, the aim is eventually to get good drawings, but you're not going to get good drawings right away. You kind of need to like spend some time meditating and understanding it and playing with it, loosening up with it. Like if you try tightening up too early to make the characters accurate too early on, you'll stiffen up and you won't be able to play with them and get them into interesting poses and stuff. The idea of this is to get the blood pumping, basically, and the brain juices going. You're gonna get a lot of bad drawings out of these characters until it starts clicking. So we'll see what happens next week after I clock in some more practice on these guys too. So I'm coming into this raw and dry, mostly running on the figure drawing continuity from last night. But it feels pretty good because this feels like productive practice to me. Like, I'm definitely getting something out of this myself. I'm also kind of, as I'm looking through the multitude of like storyboard art and other things, and production art and animation stills for the series, I'm seeing like lots of different like drawing model tricks that they used in the show to simplify the characters. Like, they still started with like rough poses that were like dimensional and kind of worked out stuff in a way that kind of makes sense dynamically in 3D space a bit. But then they would like do lots of heavy stylization things of like an arm would be something like this. Like just a straight line and then like a couple things like that. There's a lot of like heavily stylized straights against curves in Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Here's a thigh, for example. I understand these principles, but like they're applying them, like they're applying these principles like so dexterously with such like a good design sense to them that it's going to be like challenging for me to kind of key into that way of thinking and utilize it myself, and also not like get too caught up in the surface details of it, because like they're using it to stylize like some core like figure drawing principles that the animators and artists understand. And if you try like copying it verbatim without understanding what's going on there, the guts underneath, then it's going to look very stiff and flat. That's why I'm trying to keep this really loose, because that kind of stylization I was showing off with the straights against curve and stuff, that's like the icing on the cake of the guts of how the animators and story artists and stuff approach the show and the characters. As I do more of this, like I think some of my figure drawing is inherently going to start looking more cartooned, which is okay, because I'm an animator. I'm trying to steer myself more towards expressive animation. I've been kind of like, I've mainly been studying from like kind of like how to draw fundamentals, figure drawing stuff lately. So that stuff can be kind of dry. That's why I think it was a good idea to plan for a class like this, or a workshop like this, that we'd be regularly kind of trying to redirect what we're actually going to be using this stuff for, and what I'm going to be using it for sure. What all of you are probably going to use it for too, if you're doing comics or animation or character design or whatever. There's a warpy perspective shot right here that I can really play with. I can already tell, like, the more that I get into this, there's cues built into like the Turtles character designs that help like tell what direction stuff is facing three-dimensionally. even if it's like stylized. So it's going to be interesting to see how much of that I'm able to absorb and how that changes my approach to drawing these over time. The challenge for me personally will be to try to see if I can get to the point. It's probably going to take a lot of trial and error. It's going to be for me to try to get to the point where I can draw the characters and have them look pretty plausibly like something that could have been done for the show. I think that would be a good personal goal for me to set. Have it look like something from the show, but like pushed in ways that are unique to me, maybe. So on that note, some of what we're doing here is going to be recombined back into the Wednesday gesture drawing class. So I'll be sharing model sheets on that day too and encouraging people to use their characters to draw. But I'm also going to be going over some principles of quick sketch stuff like I did last week. So it'll be a mix of like traditional figure drawing knowledge that we're studying, but then I'll also allow and encourage people to do this too next Wednesday. I think that's a good idea because the Wednesday class has like kind of a thing to kind of loosen up in the middle of the week. I think has been a good idea so far. Like the head drawing tends to be longer poses and more kind of ordered head drawing studies and stuff. But and so the figure drawing class is eventually going to be shaping more towards like long pose studies, like 30 minutes to an hour on a single pose as we digest more stuff in there. We're currently doing like short poses in it, but we have been like working our way up to like 7 minutes and 10-minute poses and stuff. I'm not going to be doing 30-minute poses in there until I've kind of until I've like gotten good procedure down for how I'm going to teach that. But we're going to be working our way up to that. Like the stuff that I'm doing in that class is basically like the building blocks for what we're going to be doing in our 30-minute drawings. Eve Art Studio says that your goal is to be able to animate your characters too. Yeah. You've been practicing for 2 weeks. What have you been practicing? Have you been practicing the Rise characters or your own stuff? Okay, Google, stop. I'm going to finish this guy up. Okay, Google, set timer for 6 minutes. Okay, Google, set timer for 6 minutes.
6 minutes, and that's starting now.
Yeah. I'd love to see what the progress you made or any insights you have on the practice you've been putting in on trying to master these characters. They're tricky, but they're really fun. Like when you really don't get a sense of what they're about unless you like look at a lot of different images of them. Because then you can kind of wrap your head a little bit around about how they posed them out a little bit better. That's the impression that I'm getting. Because they do have that kind of like heavy stylization thing going on that I was talking about. That can throw you off if you don't know why they're stylizing it that way. Yeah, I think that using this class as an opportunity to study contemporary character design would be a good idea. But I'm using Rise this time. I'll probably use them again next week. So now I'm spending a little time right now erasing stuff and trying to make it look a little bit more like Michelangelo's model from Rise. It's got kind of a round back. Starting to make more observations about the actual character models now, instead of just trying to rush in with the figure poses and stuff. But we're on a 6-minute break right now. I'm just continuing this because I'm interested in seeing how this goes. Michelangelo summoning a devil's pizza. They're a lot of fun to draw, yeah. I've been watching the show, pausing and trying to redraw the frame I stopped on. Yeah, I'll probably do that too myself. I might grab some more still frames for next week or something. Yeah, don't forget to stretch, y'all. Yeah. Michelangelo would probably tell us to stretch. Yeah. Raph, you haven't studied too much. Well, you can maybe try studying them now, if you want. Just study whatever, obviously. This is my first attempt at like something that looks a little bit more like one of the turtles, where I'm actually paying closer attention to the models a bit. I do like how where some of these are going. Like I could go back through these, looking at the some of these, looking at the model sheet, and try to make them look more like the turtles. Like in terms of like the dynamicness of them, that's definitely successful. Little Baby Zergling. The more I do this, the more I realize how limiting my drawing abilities are. Kind of discouraging. Little Baby Zergling, I went through the same thing. I still go through the same thing. Because I keep hitting walls of what I want to do versus like what I'm actually capable right now of doing. I've been going through that ever since I first started drawing. And it's okay. You should not feel scared. When you come here to work out the art gym, you're just doing your bicep curls with your pencil to build your art muscle. You're not going to get them. The art muscles aren't going to come overnight. You're gonna build on them. Like stuff that's not clicking right now that you're wrestling and struggling with that you don't get. You're gonna get when you do more of these. Don't avoid it. Don't be scared. You should be like, you know what? I'm gonna draw tons of shitty drawings today, and it's fine. It's good. It's good to draw like tons of shitty drawings. If you just do tons of shitty drawings, but you evaluate them, you think about, how can I do these better? What's areas that I'm struggling with? What can I focus on to practice? How can I reel this back to something that's a little simpler for me to digest? And you don't do it all at once. You're not going to get good all at once. You have to take it off day by day, step by step, in little bits. Like from this session, you might take away like maybe 1 or 2 things from it. And you also get a hand-eye coordination dexterity workout. And that's good. You're not going to master anything. I'm certainly not going to be good at drawing the Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles from one session here. It's going to take me maybe several weeks before I get even close to something plausible, I think. Because there's a lot of drawing issues, like aside from what's going on in here that I need to wrestle with and figure out for myself. But anyway, we're going to get back to. I'm going to take a break for a bit, but I'm going to start up a new session for you guys because I need to get some water and stuff. I'm going to put on more. I'm going to put on 3-minute poses now. How's that? 3-minute poses. So now we have 3s. We're upping the timer now for hour 2. Okay, Google, stop. Okay, Google, what is 3 times 10, 25? No, yeah, fuck it.
The answer is 75.
Shut up. Trying to get like a ratio of 3. So maybe make it 24 minutes. How's that? 24 minutes. That's a divisible by 3, isn't it? Okay, Google, set timer for 24 minutes.
24 minutes, starting now.
We did that one. There we go. There's a nice dude. So I'm gonna... Actually, I really want to draw this dude, but I need to hydrate in a bit. Otherwise I'm gonna get dehydrated during this session. Fuck it, I need to hydrate. So, on my Patreon, there's going to be my Patreon for Patreon subscribers. They'll get access to high quality uploads of my class demos and my class work for just $1. I'm also going to be, of course, uploading them elsewhere, but that's just like a way for people who want to support the classes to chip in like $1. You can also subscribe to me on Patreon for $5 and get the Clip Studio files themselves. And I have the water here. I just need to drink it. Actually, no, I don't have the water here. That bottle's on here back. All right, I'm back. So we got, what, 30 seconds? Actually less than that, because I'm looking at the screen. Wow, this room has gotten roasting hot really fast. I have to be careful. I need to turn off the lights in this room on my phone. I don't know if this would be a good pose to do. Maybe I should change this one. There. Yeah, that's a good pose. I'm going to have to remove some of the dead poses from this thing. Alright, back at it. Oh, cool. Can you say what the pilot is? Rockin' Robin 1111 said in Twitch chat, I was hired as a storyboard artist from an animated pilot just a few weeks ago. I'm hoping to learn as much as I can from these classes, so I can do a great job. Yeah. Yeah, you'll learn lots from me, the amateur teacher who's teaching this for free. No, just kidding. Well, I mean, like, I'm going to try to dispense what I can, and, like, other people can, like, who all know their shit even better than me, who might be participating in these, can feel free to chime in, too. I mean, these classes are free, and it's supposed to be a workshop, a participatory workshop for people of all skill levels. We're all learning together in here. And Crystal Clear, that's the name of the pilot you're working on? I think I might know about that. Is that the one by that one guy's, what's his name, Zaz something? Yeah. See the guy who did a bunch of Vinesauce, Varg Skeletor animation stuff and Team Fortress 2 animation stuff, if that's what I'm thinking of. Because he was advertising about like hiring animators and storyboard artists for a pilot that he's making. And okay, this is someone else. Yeah, it's something very different. Looks neat though. So we've done this girl before, but just in a different pose. She's got a staff. Yeah, Zurel. There's someone else I know who got hired to him. To Zurel for his pilot, and I was curious if it was going to be a small world and if you'd gotten hired to that too. I was gonna submit for that, but I don't think I'm ready. He was hiring animators and storyboard artists, but like he has a pretty high standard for quality, so I don't think I would have been ready for that. But that's why I'm doing these, so I can get ready for stuff like that with all of you guys. practice mileage and maintenance is the name of the game here. Very feminine pose here, but I just want to see what would happen if I drew like this. Yeah, that's true. But I know that I'm not ready. Like, as in, like, I don't think I would be able to psychologically handle it where I'm at right now. And I don't think that, and there's like a lot of stuff that I kind of want to pin down in like how I approach drawing that would make, that I want to work out through putting in mileage like this before I start applying to gigs again. So I'm kind of holding off on that for now. Like, I want to radically transform the way I draw for the better when I start applying for industry gigs again. I'm sort of troubleshooting that. I'm putting myself through self-imposed self-teaching art school, where literally I am the instructor. Here's a kooky idea. What if we used Renaissance master paintings to do Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles characters? I think I might do that for tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to have maybe another workshop for another 3 hours. But it's not going to be streamed through Twitch. It'll just be done through the Discord. Unless there's enough of a demand to do it to Twitch. Like, then if like there's tons of people that show up, we should probably move it to Twitch. But we're going to do more of this tomorrow, along with, I'm also going to try to fit in some head drawing stuff that's going to be kind of warm up for myself for like Monday's head drawing class. So I'm going to be fitting that in as well. But I kind of like the rhythm I'm getting going of like at least 3 hours of disciplined practice like this every day. And I kind of want to maintain this and then see what I can do moving beyond that. Like, I want to discipline the 3 hours of practice that I do like this, whether I'm doing it in a stream or on my own. And then I want to discipline working on animation and finish work. Because, like, if this is coming easy for me to do, then why can't I transition from this, like after I do a session like this, work on some animation or a finished piece or something? That's the goal. I'm kind of working up my confidence to be able to make that. The goal here from me is to make rad stuff. I want to make cool animations and cool characters and cool pictures and stuff. But I don't feel comfortable with my fundamentals right now. So I'm kind of working on that. And you get to see my mileage as I kind of work up my confidence through here. And we go over stuff so I can screw my head on straight about how I want to approach this stuff and improve. So we're going to talk through my struggles, along with your struggles, the struggles of everyone here. Speaking of which, if you're in the Discord right now, you are welcome to speak up. It should just be me talking during the session.
Hello.
Hey!
Yo.
So what is everyone doing? Do you have any model sheets picked out that you're doing?
That one cartoon model sheet that you have, I came in here thinking, yeah, I'm totally just gonna start animating the main character from what's it, Shadow of the Colossus. But no, I can barely handle Mickey Mouse, so I'm just doing a couple of Mickey Mouse poses right now.
Well, the thing, also the thing is, like, you can just be really loose with these. Like, look at just how loose I'm going with these. Like, I'm applying a lot of stuff that I've been practicing for the last several days in figure drawing to these, but I'm keeping these like super loose. Like, I'm not. You should be able to play freely with these. If you're doing Mickey Mouse, by the way, then look at the model sheets that kind of break it down to like his simple shapes and line of action and stuff. So Mickey Mouse is really a collection of circles that are connected by gesture and line of action. Like classic Mickey is anyway.
Oh my god, what is that?
Working with I'm working with classic, so I'll have to look that up.
What's that?
That's helpful.
Mm-hmm. And if you get lost, like just go back to line of action, basically, over and over again. You can integrate line of action in the stuff you're drawing, but it's good to, especially when you're doing animated characters, it's usually good to start with it. I'm kind of integrating it into the rhythms I'm drawing here. So I decided this is Donatello here. It's got kind of a wet expression. Why am I in this pose? It is a mystery. So the more of these I'm doing, and the more I'm starting to see the turtles as a bunch of bendy shapes that I can play with. And then if I was doing cleanup of them later, I would go back through and kind of stylize them a bit more.
I picked hard reference sheet.
Also, side note, I'm going to try to figure out maybe, hopefully this week, some way of integrating hand practice, like hands and stuff, into what we do regularly. Because hands are extremely important.
You could just do a couple of sessions of line of actions and stuff, right?
Well, yeah, but I kind of want to do a session for everyone here, whatever it is. I just don't know when I'm going to do it and how I'm going to integrate it into the other stuff I'm doing just yet. I have a few ideas. I think I like the idea of just like torturing Donatello by like putting him into feminine poses for this session and just like, what am I doing? Why did my pose like this? I don't understand. Somebody's CPU cooling their brain right now on Turbo Speed fans.
The previous pose was my favorite so far.
Which one? Oh, the ballet pose and stuff. Yeah, that's why I picked it. I'm just gonna make Donatello get like continually more like unnerved at what I'm doing to him. Please stop. Stop. And you can play with stuff like that too, like any opportunity to like think of the characters as more than just like a model cipher that you're drawing. Something that has personality to it. Would be reacting to things. In this case, I'm having Donatello get pissed at the way I'm drawing. Get pissed at me for drawing him in these poses. And that's something I can play with for the rest of the session. Some of these are are a good enough starting point that I could go back through. Oh, this guy again. Get off the stage. That's a pretty good silhouette. We'll use that. Actually, I'm going to use Raphael for this one. It's a good reference sheet I can find. Let's see here. There we go. Raphael in a ballet pose. Let's do it. It's a big, bulky-ass turtle body. And you should have fun with stuff like this. Like, once you start to get kind of warmed up with the models, like, you're not going to worry about making perfect drawings. You want to make funny drawings. You want to play with the characters. These characters are your toys. Right, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are literally action figures, so I mean, it's only fitting in this case. So I like the idea of like Raph. I'm having Raph do ballet poses, but somehow he's just really into it. Donatello will be like, "What?" And Donatello will be like, "What is wrong with you?"
This is my destiny.
Yeah, I'm kind of digging this. Back on the theater again. Trying him way too big for the page. Gotta shrink him again. I think his proportions are kind of off. He's a big, thick boy. I need to look at some other reference of him. There we go. That's a good one. He's on his tiptoes, though. I have to keep that in mind. Something like this. Then that. I do like the character design in the show quite a bit. Like they found a way to make the turtles more distinct. They sort of did that for the more recent Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, which wasn't too good, but the act of trying to make them more individually distinct from each other is, I think, a good idea. So they took that core concept but didn't like strictly necessarily like follow what the movie had. There's a few things like Donatello has goggles. I think he has them in one of the more recent Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. But whoa, I fucked up that hand. Sorry, it's just a stupid laser tag. Oh, that's a good pose. We've seen that lady before in a different pose in this session. It's good enough. I kind of ran off the page with him, so it got kind of hard to track the limbs to get quite the gesture I wanted with him. I might go back and fix that up. Yeah, cosplayer images are usually really good for character pose. drawing stuff. Sort of a cyberpunk Leonardo right now. Actually, does kind of make me wonder, like, I would like Flying Bark to handle like a slightly more adult-oriented cyberpunk show that's kind of got the same sort of energy as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That'd be cool. Okay, Google, stop. Okay, Google, set timer for 6 minutes.
6 minutes, starting now.
So I might want to play with this some more. I like the idea of Leonardo kind of doing a street samurai thing of gun and sword. Actually, no. If he was gonna wield a gun, he'd wield two, because, you know, two swords. Two swords is kind of his thing. Kind of inventing the legs down here. Oh, I'll pause there. Okay, Google. How much time left on timer?
You've got 4 minutes and 56 seconds remaining.
Cool. 5-minute break. Studio Trigger's working on a Cyberpunk 2077 series. I'd heard something about a Cyberpunk anime series. I'd forgotten if it was Studio Trigger that was doing it, though. But that sounds good to me. Do we know who's directing yet? I somehow don't think Yo Yoshinari would be directing. There's another dude there whose directing style would probably be, I like the guy who directed Gridman would probably be the guy I would probably pin as who would be the main director. Not that Yo Yoshinari wouldn't be working on it too. Just like in terms of the art style and the art direction. How I picture of a Cyberpunk 2077 show being done. Oops, that looks really weird. Let's get rid of that. So one thing that will definitely help me a bit, I think, is to go even simpler with what I'm doing and not get caught up in the character detail. Like starting with stuff like this. Like not even really concerned with anything but the actual pose. And then I can go back through and inject stuff that's more like the character. Or the character design or whatever. And inject more structure and stuff too, like adding spots where the form turns or whatever. Make them pliable, posable puppets. I'm glad you're having a good time. I hear someone's nose whistling. Okay, Google, how much time left on timer?
You've got 52 seconds left.
Okay, we got a minute. Let's stretch a bit. How many sessions is that? That's this is part of hour 2, right? Yeah. So I think we're past the halfway point, actually, of for our time post session. Okay, Google, stop. We're gonna do another session of 3s because I think that was a pretty good ratio to go with. So I'm gonna maybe skip this image and go straight into this one. There we go. We might do some 5s for the last hour because that'll give us more time to like get more specific with the character or something. And anyway, if you're down with it, tomorrow we're going to do another session of this for 3 hours. We may or may not do it through the Twitch, but I'll check the Discord, and I will generally announce like around an hour to 2 hours ahead of when we do it. I will probably try to aim it to be maybe, I want to say 2:30 again or 5:30. But I'll announce in advance before I do it through the Discord. So I've kind of changed the pose a bit from what's actually up there. The leg is back further. I did that because I kind of want to keep track of his feet a little bit more. So I'm going to torture Donatello again with this pose. Why are you drawing me like this? Part of the reason I'm doing this is to build confidence in my own ability to do characters and stuff. Like taking the pressure off me of having to make characters that I would use for this, and letting me absorb stuff from existing character designs is really helpful. Oh, it's this guy again. We'll skip this guy. There we go. Are you drawing me like very perturbed Donatello. Yeah, keep it rough and loose. The way I'm approaching this is I'm keeping my hand nice and active. I want to do way more of these, so eventually like I'm going to slow down with more hand control and stuff. So this is not going to be the first session I'm going to do this. I want to learn how to draw these characters and draw them well. So I'm going to keep taking cracks at them. And that will include tomorrow. And then once I've got the good handle on them, I'll maybe either integrate some of the ideas from them into my own character designs and try drawing some of my characters for a while, or I'll move on to some other characters I want to learn something from. And I'm not going to be doing it all at once, I'm going to be doing it in chunks. A little bit here, a little bit there. So this is unfamiliar territory for me. I shouldn't stress out too much. It's going to be something that I digest over time, just like everyone else here, including the newer people that might be struggling right now. It's like, don't worry about doing everything at once. It takes time to grow that art noodle. You can do what I'm doing right here on your own too, with like timed poses. There's timed pose sites you can use. I can show you where I got this $15 app that you can load images that you find online or elsewhere into to do timed sessions with. The Pure Rough The Pure Rough thing is also really handy for export, for like dragging images online into and putting them somewhere that you can make folders, exporting them from the Pure Rough file and putting them in folders to draw from in timed gesture drawing sessions. So is there anything that anyone in voice here is struggling, well actually in chat too, is there anything anyone's struggling with that they might want a tip on or something? Or is there anything that they've kind of realized doing this that's clicking pretty nicely?
I didn't think that the practice I'd been doing for the last little while on poses would help, but I mean, of course it would, but I didn't expect it to help this much.
Well, yeah. I mean, the foundation of what we're doing here is figure drawing. Like, in order to do like cartoon characters well, you kind of have you generally have to have a foundation to figure drawing, with some exceptions. There's a lot of cartoonists that just cartoon. They're just good at constructing expressive cartoons, and that can be fine sometimes. But like the foundation of how we generally approach animation drawing, it's going to be rooted in figure drawing, obviously. Who said that, by the way?
Me.
Who's me?
Toucan.
Ah. Very nice. If you're in the Twitch chat and you're not in the Discord and you want to participate in voice, feel free to join the Discord. Link is down below in the channel description. Whoa, what the? The good thing to do is like when your eye's gonna get tired of one particular image that you're trying to absorb something from, shift to something else. Put something else on screen for like your reference image. Like you won't necessarily have the same model sheet up in front of you every time, because then your eye will kind of tire of it a bit. So keep your eye fresh so you're keeping your analytical eye ready to go. So I'm starting with this head. It's facing a different angle from what's on screen, but I'm gonna maybe use the same body. Just want to make sure I don't go. I kind of feel like I'm gonna go off the page with that head that big, so. Let's see here, I'll just maybe plot out the general line of action gesture going on here. For myself. It's going to take a lot of cracks at this before I start keying into how I should be drawing these guys. Like I'm not using a lot of structure in how I draw the heads. They're kind of sloppy. And maybe you want to watch that.
One thing that helped me really much with heads are the sail heads. They're
What?
drawn like sail almost.
Well, I've been using like center lines and stuff, and there's the bandanas in the eyes on the Rise characters is kind of like its own eye line sometimes. Let's see, kind of maybe display more of the back here. Wish I had some good reference of their backs, but I'm going to try to guess here. Turtle shell, bulge. Which classroom? Oh, we're in the figure drawing room in the Discord. If you want to join the voice. There's something you have to do in the rules section before you can post in chat, I believe, by the way, and I think you have to join the student group or something in the bot command section. Exclamation mark student in the bot command section once you're able to start typing in chat. Oh, it's this guy again. Yeah, we did this pose earlier, didn't we? If we start getting I'll stay on this pose just for this one, but if we start getting more duplicates, I'm going to use a different folder. Yeah, we have done this pose. I'm gonna stick with it just for this one because this is an okay pose to redo. You can maybe try a different take on it now that you're more warmed up. That's what I'm gonna do. But if we start getting more duplicates coming up in the randomized selection here, I'm going to that's usually a good sign that it's time to go to a different folder. Which app are you using to generate new posts? It's an app called Gesture Drawing. It's on Gesture Drawing 3. It's on the site CubeBrush. It's available for $15, and you can basically like load in folders of images and do timed gesture poses like this. You can even set up sessions with breaks. It's a very flexible app. I'm also using a free tool called PureRef, which I can use to yoink images from the internet into a big image board to use as like a reference board, and then I can export them into image folders, or export the whole thing as an image board to use like for reference for something, among other things. You can also there's a feature you can use with it. You can also ghost stuff over your drawing app with it, which is kind of neat. Okay, this one is Raphael. Kind of need to put a Raphael reference on for me. I'm sure the Rise people may have been looking at bodybuilders and stuff when they were getting prepped to do RAF. That wasn't me, that was somebody else's mic. Someone's mouth breathing into the mic, so please push to talk yourself. Yeah, that is not me. Please put yourself on push to talk or self mute so you don't rub the mic. I'm not going to worry about getting his body in the shell working. I want to get like kind of like the general overall proportions with the pose. I think his head. What is?
He said this dude is massive.
This dude?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's apparently a pretty famous bodybuilder too. When I was joinking these images, like his name came up a lot. So I have a couple more images of him in this folder. I'm kind of using a little bit what I remember about the storyboard artists drew Raph. They kept his shapes really simple. Graf was always like kind of the violent spin-off character. He had a lot of solo comics in the Eastman and Laird era that were pretty violent and occasionally graphic. I would actually be interested in seeing if like the adult violent Raphael comics tone ever gets made into a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles spin-off series, like on Adult Swim or something. Sorry, Donnie. Actually, this isn't. This is, I guess, a feminine pose, but this is not something unheard of for. This is not a pose that's necessarily unheard of that a ninja might plausibly take on or something on a perch. This looks more like a creature, like a fairy to me, actually.
Or Spider-Man.
Or Spider-Man. Yeah. Like I could see this like being referenced for a Brian Froud painting or something. Also. I don't think Donnie would be too pissed to be in this pose, so he gets spared this time. Finally, something semi-normal. That's Cammy's pose in Street Fighter. Is it? Interesting. Yeah, I actually might want to get some Street Fighter art to do studies from too, because there's a lot of great comic and production art, and even stills from the games, the 3D animation in the games. Would be good to study.
Really, really pleasant.
Oh yeah.
If you want to do 2D later.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the sprite stuff and the 3D stuff, and production art, comic art. I think some of the. Has there been any like more recent animated Street Fighter series, Street Fighter adaptations that have like tried to kind of capture just how crazy the animation can get in some of the better animation in the games or the comics? Because like some of the comic stuff is like crazy pushed. Like the Street Fighter comics are like their own thing. It's just like this sheer amount of like amazing draftsmen that have worked in them over the years, and like really crazy pushed posing in some of the Street Fighter comics. And some of that's filtered back into the game by the games recently too.
I don't think there's any for Street Fighter, but if you want pushed, we could do like Baki stuff.
Oh, good lord. Yeah, I'd say that Baki's pretty pushed. Oh, that's a lot of CG anime though. So I'm not a big fan of some
the
of
manga is really good.
Oh yeah, the manga for sure. The manga's hilarious. The manga's kind of hilarious to me, just in general. It's just like it's just over testosterone. The series is just like drunk on its own testosterone. So it's a manly world where men understand each other and men do fighty men things and men muscle out bullets, and it's just.
Don't forget.
It's an extremely guilty pleasure series, huh?
Yeah, don't forget that time that the main character's dad punched an earthquake to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of really weird shit in that series. It's fun. It's stupid, but it's fun. And you can like tell that the creator is like genuinely passionate about it. So I like for all of its flaws, like I can't hate it. I enjoy it. I like Baki. So I kind of gone on autopilot. This guy isn't really strictly a Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles character right now. Let's see, I got 30 seconds. Maybe I can try to get some Rise features in there. I mean, the head is kind of in the ballpark to be able to add that in, and then indication of the shell a bit. This is really helping me to loosen up too, so I don't have to be as choked up about making accurate figures or whatever. I can just play with the flow of animated characters. So I think I've kind of needed to do something like this workshop for a while. I'm going to do something like this again tomorrow too, but it'll segue into... Oh, this girl again. Well, if we get another duplicate... Okay, Google, how much time left on timer? Okay, Google, how much time left on timer?
It looks like you don't have any timers set at the moment.
Oh, I don't? Well, what time is it now? It's 4:40? It should be... So our quitting time is going to be sometime after 5:30, like I want to say 5:45, because we went a little over at one point on something, I think. So I'm going to say, okay, Google, set timer 5 minutes.
5 minutes, and we're starting now.
We will have 2 more sessions of figure drawing. I might have us do 5s. Like 5 5s or something for our last sets. Yeah, we did this previously. I'm holding this on here, but if we get another duplicate after this girl, I'm going to switch to a different folder. I'll probably switch to a different folder for our last set, too. Actually, there's no reason for me to switch to a different folder because we only got 2 more poses in this. Then I'll switch to a different folder for the next set. So this doesn't feel like a pose that the characters would assume during the show, but this is helping me kind of wrap my head around how the characters work a little bit. What, the girl on screen? Yeah. Kind of. I'd say so. Near Automata vibes from this girl. So I was going to do Leonardo for this girl, but I just wound up just drawing kind of Leonardo here where he looks like he's about to fall over backwards. Because I was drawing at a weird angle. Maybe like this, and then rotate this back, maybe. That might fix it. Yeah, that works. A little better. Yeah, the legs were just kind of out of position there. This works a little better. Just offset it a little bit. There. Very tall and long-legged. Right there. What a strange pose. I kind of see Michelangelo doing something like this, with that same attitude. Cheese. Pizza. I gotta watch more of the show. In fact, I should probably do that after this. I should watch a bunch of the show and schedule onto it or something. That'll help me wrap my head around what it has done. Like, that can be a good idea for all of you. If you're doing stuff from a particular show, maybe just the rest of the evening watch the show and doodle along to it. Because now your third eye for understanding the character that you're trying to learn from is opened up a little bit more. And you'll be able to observe observe things that were done with it in the show that you're trying to learn something about the characters from. And how it all is put together, because that's the goal at the end of the day here. Like, we want to make these characters. We want to make characters of our own for our own work or productions that we might get hired on, and we want to kind of learn how it all fits together. That's what the purpose of practicing stuff like this is for. We get a safe, controlled space, an environment. I almost said safe space. I know it's a dirty word these days, just because of how loaded it is. But we get a controlled environment to practice this stuff in, where you don't have to worry about if it's good or bad. Like, I'm doing this in front of a class, but I'm still not concerned about whether it's good or bad. I want to show people that you don't have to be scared about that. Okay, Google, stop. So I'll pause it on this guy. We're going to be doing, the next set will be 5s. Okay, Google, set timer 5 minutes. Okay, Google, set timer 5 minutes. Okay, Google, set timer 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Starting
Jesus.
now.
Sometimes it's a little unresponsive, but yeah. So we're on a 5-minute break right now. And then we're going to be doing 2 sets of 5-minute poses for our last hour. I think this is a pretty successful pose right here. This isn't quite the bodybuilder pose that I was going for. He looks like he's more like concerned. The pose is a little ambiguous there. This one's looking a little out of whack, but starting to get in the groove on this. This one's a little bit too scribbly.
I need to go to bed. It's 2 in the morning. But it was very fun to
That's cool.
be
Yeah.
It helped a lot.
Yeah, 2 in the morning, wow. Yeah. Oh, I really like this pose. I might go back into this to make this like a cyberpunk fan art of Leonardo or something, using these same proportions in my own style or something. I kind of like the Raph sketch. I think I might want to do some more with some of these. It might be a good idea for me to like take some of these and like do clean lines on them and color them in after class here and make them into proper fan art. Maybe I could do some of that later today or tomorrow. Man, I like the progression that's going on here. I feel like this more than anything else that I've done so far in these classes is like kind of pushing me in more in the direction where I want to go with what I'm doing. So I want to do more stuff like this and kind of troubleshoot other exercises we can do that'll push me and everyone else here in the direction that where we want to funnel the figure drawing and fundamental stuff that we're doing into the actual, like, you know, production art or concept art or animation or whatever it is we're doing, comics that we want to do. Like, if you have a comic character you're working on, this is your time to practice them. If you have characters that you kind of want to learn something from for exercise, like what I'm doing with the Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cast, this is your time to practice them too. This is your free time to kind of play with the characters freely. So this is a little bit too, like, overly sketchy, I think. Like, I could have simplified this to get, like, the basic idea of the pose down, but there's some of the attitude in there that's working. This one is me kind of fiddling with some complicated stuff and inventing something. Let's see here. I think this is the most successful pose so far. Doesn't look like the show model, but it's a successful pose study. And it could be modified to be more like the show model. Yeah, don't forget to stretch, y'all. That's very important. In fact, I'm going to do that now. Okay, Google, how much time left on timer? Whoops.
T-minus 1 minute and 24 seconds.
Oh, that's nice. Wow, 54 viewers. Very good. It is Saturday, so if you are not in a time zone where you need to get sleep, stick around to the end. It's very important to stick around for the full 3 hours, if you can manage. Because that's last hours where we're really going to be trying to push ourselves. And it's okay if you're feeling a little exhausted. If you're not used to this kind of pace of pushing yourself, you need to do, like, more of these in the future to kind of get your body used to this kind of pace learning and drawing exercise. And these get more fun and more easy to do the more of them you do. So I'm going to do another session like this tomorrow. It'll probably be through the Discord. We're not going to probably stream it to Twitch like we are here for tomorrow, but yeah, sometime either 2:30 or 5:30, we'll do another of these. Okay, Google, stop. Alright, I'm going to stretch it a little more, and then we'll get set up for the fives. Our first half hour of our final hour. Actually, give me 1 more minute. I need to hit the restroom. Be right back. I'll start us on our fives. So Monday's figure drawing class is going to be, Monday's head drawing class, sorry, is going to be a simple Asara head. Let me know if you can hear the air conditioner outside. Because this room is roasting hot and I need to get some hot air out of it. So, Monday's head drawing will be the simple Asaro head versus the complex Asaro head. I'm going to do some warm-ups tomorrow in addition to doing this. I think it would be very valuable for me to basically do what I'm doing here every day myself, not necessarily in a workshop setting, throughout the week, so I can kind of learn the characters and so I can get momentum going with the approach that I'm going to be taking to drawing. animated characters. So let's see, what's a good 5-minute pose here? Let's pick a good 5-minute pose to start with. That might be a good one, but maybe we could use a different folder. We can. Oh, let's use this one. Okay, we'll start with that guy. Okay, Google, set timer for 25 minutes.
25 minutes, and that's starting now.
There we go. Let me know if like the rattling from the air conditioner outside gets a little loud. I'm using some noise filters on my mic that should filter that out. But please let me know because I'm going to be trying to troubleshoot my noise levels for my my streams.
I missed that. Do you want us to tell you if we can still hear noise?
Yeah.
Ah, it's a bit audible. It's not too bad, but it's like a fan.
Yeah, there's 2 fans. It's the fan. There's a Vornado fan at my feet that's blowing up at me to keep me cool, and then outside there's an air conditioner. Like, is there a buzzing fan or a blowing fan? Is that what noise are you hearing? And
it's blowing. It's pretty soft. I have a friend with like a rather overactive computer fan. His is worse.
Okay.
Do you have an RTX GPU?
No, I do not.
Like on your rig?
I do have a computer system near here, but I know it's the Vornado fan that's making the blowing thing. My computer system also has fans that do get audible when it really ramps up, but it generally doesn't ramp up when I'm in Clip Studio. It mainly ramps up for like bigger art apps and stuff. It hasn't really ramped up too audibly during this session.
Well, I was asking because he has I think a 1050, like a mobile 1050 in his laptop.
Oh.
And he has RTX voice running on it, and that normally quells the
RTX what?
RTX voice.
Voice.
So it gets rid of. It's a plugin, and it gets rid of a bunch of background.
Oh, so it's not an RTX GPU. It's
Oh yeah, but I think it's still NVIDIA specific, so I'm not sure. I'll have to ask him. It's really good though. Like the crisp thing that Discord uses, it's better than that. Although that's not much.
If it's an OBS thing, DM me that so I can check that out.
Sure thing.
Because anything that will help troubleshoot my audio issues here would be a big help for sure. I gotta remember to show the icons that Yanni made on stream. She DM'd me them earlier. She's working on some icons for her Twitch. She does art stream classes too through our Discord, and also is just moving into just regular chill streaming now too. She wants to stream games and art and stuff, I think. Not just like teach classes, like stream stuff for fun. I kind of want to do that too, but I'm like focused on art right now. So I'm probably gonna avoid distractions like games to an extent. Other than like, I'm definitely probably gonna play some video games after this, but I want to watch Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles this evening so I can kind of solidify some of what I've been trying to learn here. So what you can do on these 5-minute poses, since you should be at a pretty good clip of getting down the gesture of the character you're doing, you can lower the opacity on them and then draw on top of them and try to like get them more on model or whatever. I'm not going to worry about too much on getting on model, but I'm going to try to simplify the shapes a bit. This is like another pass, and then I'd probably do another pass or something. This is almost kind of like how you might want to clean up your boards for storyboard, as opposed to like doing animation production art or something, or clean up animation. Just do like a clarity pass a little bit to kind of work some stuff out. I'm going to stick with this guy, actually, while we get started on this next post. But I'm going to get the gesture down of that pretty soon. So I decided that the character that's making this pose here is Michelangelo. So I should probably change his head shape a little bit. Be the more rounded Michelangelo shape. I think Michelangelo and Pinkie Pie would get along. Probably. They're both like the party people archetypes. They just want to have fun. I'm going to leave that there and move on to the next drawing. I'm kind of starting to get a sense of like how to handle the turtles in the most simplest terms using pose reference. I get kind of like these bendable models that I can kind of use for figuring out their poses now. Then I go back through after I do like something like what I just did now, and I add more dimensionality to it and stuff. So we're back to Donatello again. It's going to be very nonplussed. Well, actually not terribly this isn't a terribly irritating pose. And thank you for the link, by the way, Toucan.
No problem.
The legs are looking a little short. Donatello has like long limbs, like lanky long limbs. And that high square forehead, because he's a big brainy boy whose body is kind of boxy. Body and head. Like each of the characters in Rise is like kind of based on different. Like Leonardo is very triangular, Donatello is very square, Michelangelo is very circle. I think Raphael is a big rectangle also. In terms of what their overall shape themes are. You can see it reflected into elements of their costuming and their character design too. Michelangelo's got a very rounded head. He's got those rounded kneecaps. Donatello's got a very blocky head. And each of the turtles are based on different species of turtle. I think Raphael's based on an alligator snapping turtle, which is a giant ass turtle, by the way. Leonardo's based on like those turtles that have like those little red, I forget what they're called, but they have like those little red stripes on the side of their faces. He's actually got those if you look at his eyes in his bandana stuff. Donatello I think is based on a soft shell turtle. And you can kind of see it if you look at the soft shell turtles. Michelangelo, I think, is based on a box turtle. I don't think we're going to use that one. Let's pick another better pose. There's a good pose. I think we might have done this one, but this is a good pose for a 5 minute. It's not terribly dynamic, but it's a good, clear enough pose to use for 5 minutes. And it's got a prop in it. And she's dressed in purple and she's carrying a staff, so hello, Donnie. So one of the challenges that I'm going to run into with like doing poses, riffing on poses and stuff, is like getting the actual pose itself, not like the posture of the pose and the level of complexity in the pose and what's exaggerated and what isn't. More like something that looks plausible to the show. There's like this one right here. This is I mean, it's a neat pose, but it's not something that looks like something from the show just yet. And that's a danger you can, well, not really a danger, but that's like one of the things you'll run in, one of the challenges you run into with trying to do these characters. Trying to do characters using live action photo reference and stuff. Like, you'll find a lot of times when you start out your first pass on stuff, like it looks pretty close to, it doesn't look like a pose necessarily that the character would take on all the time, or might have more detail inherently in it at first because or not be pushed in certain ways that are more on model because you're kind of still like breaking down the live action photo or video reference a little bit is what you're doing. That's okay, then you just iterate. Like I would put tracing paper over this and try to push it and make it look more like how Donnie is. Like I can go back in with these that I've done during this session here and do that. Like work up the detail more and so on. That's actually a habit I actually want to remember to do in the future. Like taking the drawings that I do rough, loose, quick sketches of during these workshop sessions and then working on them more later. Not just for this, but like for my other class stuff. Like I can do longer kind of finished drawing studies to pull more value and basically make essentially finished pieces out of like a lot of these rough loose sketches where I have more time to really sit down and think with the image. Donatello's got kind of like a backpack thing going on here. He's a soft-shelled turtle, so I think that he has something on his back that kind of protects him a bit. And also has like gadgets and other things. Yeah, his gadget backpack. the nerd is traditionally the physically weakest of the three, but the most clever strategist, usually. Not always. Like the leader character in these archetypes is often the most clever strategist, but problem solving would be the brainy character archetype. Head's a bit out of proportion. Let's beef that up a little. So bit by bit throughout the week I'm going to do more of these. Take a little bit more of them every time I do them. It's a red-eared slider, Courier 42. That's the turtle that Leonardo is. Because I looked up what species that. Oh, let's not use that one. That's a good one. That's a very good one. Okay, Google, how much time left on timer?
9 minutes and 23 seconds to go.
And again, you don't have to worry about making perfect drawings, because we're going to be doing more of these. We're going to be doing more workshops throughout the week you can participate in that are going to be like this, mostly through the Discord, but also through my classes. We're going to be doing another session of this next week too, and you can maybe like pull up the animated films that you're trying to learn a character from after this, and try drawing them for a while. Well, not like sketching and watching and seeing what the animators actually did with them in the actual show or the film or whatever that you're trying to learn from. I'm going to do that later today with Rise. First things first, after I get done with this, I'm going to see where I can actually get a hold of Rise. I think Amazon has it, but I think I might be able to get it through my cable provider a little bit. I've watched some of the show, but I'm ashamed to say I've mostly been exposed to the show through clips and animatics and Sakagaburo stuff. I've watched very little of the actual show itself. So I love it a lot, but I really should have watched it when it was on the air. Maybe I could have contributed to the ratings. So there's a Lego show that has a style kind of similar to this that to Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles that Flying Bark has been working on. I forget what the show's about, but it looks like the same team from Rise is working on that basically right now, and it looks about as nuts in all the good, particularly fun Western Sakuga animation ways. So I'm planning on doing a lot of these. And I have some Flying Bark pals from Twitter that I might want to buzz for feedback too. Some Flying Bark animators I know, animators and story artists. Some of them I was chatting with a few months back about some stuff. I might want to ask them about some of the challenges they went through in trying to get the character models and stuff. Don't know how much they'll be able to say depending on like NDA or whatever, but I mean, now that the show's over, they can probably be a little bit less tight-lipped. I should have done this ages ago, what I'm doing right here. This kind of time stuff. But I hadn't really like thought of how I would study this stuff through. And I'd been sick this last year. So I couldn't really, last year I had been really too sick to draw. So this is me kind of going, putting myself through the paces of art school. And trying to go beyond where I was before I got super sick. Off to a pretty good start, I would say. But I got so much more practice to put in, so much more mileage, problem solving, troubleshooting, figuring stuff out. Okay, Google, how much time left on timer?
You've got 4 minutes and 25 seconds.
So this is our last pose of this session. Oh dear, yeah, his upper body is out of proportion to his lower. Let's see if I can fix that. I'm going to fix this before I move on to the next pose. I'll make a duplicate so I don't get rid of the old pose. This is an inherent danger of digital drawing. Especially if you do a lot of zooming in and out like I've been doing, you can sometimes lose track of the proportions. And so sometimes you might not have enough drawing space to do what you're trying to do. I hope in the future I can get like a really big ass drawing space to work on. Like one of the big Kahuna Cintiqs to try out. It's not necessary for that, for animators to work on something that huge, but I'd love to try that out because I tend to draw really large with big sweeping lines, and that's just kind of how I am. It might be a detriment for me that I need to work on in the future, but I really am curious, like, what kind of results I would get if I worked on like a larger digital drawing space, like a 32-inch. What's the largest Cintiq right now? It's either 32 or 34, isn't it? It's like a giant ass thing. Wow, 48 viewers. I'm really proud of all of you who've been sticking around to the end. This stuff is not easy to commit yourself to for a whole 3-hour session. I hope more and more people, the more that they do sessions like this, get their pacing and their stamina up to be able to sit down and draw for 3 hours at a time for timed pose sessions. This definitely makes it more fun because this isn't like doing these characters like this instead of just trying to copy the model. Like that instantly like opens it up to interpreting the model instead of copying it. So I think this is going to wind up being like a good cross-pollination to the other stuff that I'm studying in figure drawing. I think as a consequence, my figure drawing is going to start looking more cartoony, but that's okay. Because I'm an animator after all. I mean, it's only natural that my figure drawing would wind up starting to look a little more expressive and cartooned. I enjoy practicing with people too. Helps me get out of my comfort zone. Helps me get less self-conscious about what I'm drawing. I'm pretty upfront about like, I suck, and I'm trying to get better. And so there's no pressure on like me having to make good drawings, and that's how you learn. You just like accept, yeah, I'm going to make bad drawings that I'm going to have to fix, and I'm going to have to learn from over time. I'm going to try to like point out where I feel I'm falling short and stuff too, and what I think I can improve on in the future when and where I can. So I'm a teacher, but I'm also a student with the rest of you. Okay, Google, stop. Alright, so instead of doing the last pose, I decided to like just do a clarity pass over that last one. Okay, Google, set timer 5 minutes.
5 minutes, and we're starting now.
So the general impression I get from what I've done so far today is I've kind of overdrawn them. Like I tend to like overdraw stuff. Like as I get more fluent with doing these, I think that I will be able to achieve more fluid simplicity. I'm going to pause on this guy. We'll probably start with this dude for our next set of 5s. Do we have the Sorrowhead thing on your YouTube yet? Sorrowhead skull thing on your YouTube? You mean the Sorrowhead session that we did, like 3 weeks ago? Yeah, it should be up there. Sorrowhead skull thing, yeah. Can you explain what you mean by that? Wowee. Yeah, we're at 54 viewers. Wow. Some people are popping in. Nice. Well, if you're just joining us, grab a pencil. We're going to be doing some 5-minute poses to close out the evening today. And I think after this we might do a quick dip into ArtStation to discover some cool artists to check out. I enjoyed closing the stream last time with taking a peek over at ArtStation, because there's some amazing, inspiring artists there, and of course, like, those are the people who I want to like learn from, and like the level of expertise by those people is what is the level that I want to reach for eventually over time with all this practice I'm doing. So we're going to take a peek at that for some inspirational fun for maybe about like 15 minutes after this next session of after this next 30-minute session of 5-minute poses. And then we'll wind down from there, and then we'll close out the stream. Yeah, stick around after we get done with the next 30-minute set. We will check out some cool art from ArtStation. It's good to like kind of discover stuff. Like I shared some of my likes yesterday, but there's usually like new stuff I haven't seen on the front page, and we didn't get through like all the stuff that I'd been finding randomly and adding to my likes folder throughout the last week. So I kind of want to do that a bit. But it's good to kind of like touch base with it's good to regularly touch base with like the artists that you're trying to like learn from and model yourself after. Like the level of artistry you want to reach for. Like that's actually what Ethan Becker says you want to surround yourself with art by really good people, so you can kind of like keep in mind the level you want to reach for and not like wind up navel gazing too long at the level that you're currently at. You need to kind of look at really good art to get your head out of your ass. And you shouldn't be scared of it, because there's ways you can break down and study that really good art, drawing on top of it to kind of break down the shapes. So do color studies of it, things like that. So when we look at this cool stuff on ArtStation, that is stuff that it should become our study fodder for me and for everyone else here. Like, look for artists that you want to really learn from, and start doing draw over studies, copy studies to learn from them. I'm gonna point out some artists that I found that seem really promising to study from after we get done with this next set. So it should be pretty cool. Yeah, I'd say this is starting to move a little bit more in the direction of where I want to go with this stuff. But it's still overdrawn, like what I was talking about. This guy here. I'll put that on screen. This guy here, it's kind of overdrawn. Like, I can use much simpler lines for stuff like this, but I kind of need to get my fluency up before I can do that. That's just gonna happen as a matter of course. The more mileage of this that I clock in regularly every day. So it has to be well-paced mileage that I don't burn myself out on. Okay, Google, stop. Okay, Google, set timer for 25 minutes.
25 minutes, and that's starting now.
There we go. There's our pose. Let's get going. This is our last set. And all these drawings that I'm doing on the lower left here, all those are going to be available on my Patreon in high quality images if you subscribe on my Patreon for $1. I also make some of them available on my blog at low quality and so on too for free. But yeah, the Patreon is just a way to support the stream. The link's down below. If you also want to support the stream, you can donate to me via my Ko-fi donation link down below, which donates directly to my PayPal. Or you can subscribe to me with Twitch Prime sub, or just like a regular sub on Twitch, or send me bits. Every little bit counts and helps, and will help me run the classes smoother and get equipment that I need to upgrade how I do things here. And of course, if you can't afford to donate, you can support the stream just by being here, just by virtue of being here and participating, or watching the replays of my streams that are uploaded to my YouTube. And a YouTube link should be down below too. I think I added that. I'm pretty sure I added the YouTube link down below. But yeah, if you subscribe to me on YouTube, that also helps me out, because eventually I'll have enough subscribers and enough hours clocked in of people watching the replays of my streams to monetize my videos. There's like a threshold I have to meet before I can do that. Yeah, just if you can't give anything to donate, or in a tip jar or whatever, yeah, just watch my videos on YouTube and subscribe to me on YouTube, and show up to these classes here and participate. Of course, like, I'm trying to, like, you know, grow this channel and stuff, but that is not the real purpose of why I'm doing this. Like, that's almost like a side hobby thing. The real reason why I'm doing this is I want to get better at art, so I can get better paying gigs in the animation industry. Now, when I re-enter the animation industry. So, as much as I'm gonna continually improve this channel and improve how I study, of course, but like the real meat of what I'm doing is improving myself with art. I'm going through the paces of doing fundamentals again and trying to feeling myself out through there, and trying different class formats out to see what works for me and what works for what works for people here too. And over time, I'm going to kind of evolve to where I get kind of a good mix of classes and a good steady output of personal work, like animation projects and things like that. Because my goal here is to get better and more confident my drawing and animation ability, so I can regularly output cool stuff. I'm kind of not really feeling totally confident yet, and I've got more mileage to put in, and I got more troubleshooting to kind of like figure out how I approach like pacing out how I work on personal projects and balance that with the fundamentals, the extremely valuable fundamentals practice I'm putting in, and so on. So I'll be continually problem solving on that, but in the future you're going to see me doing a lot more animation related stuff as I start getting more down that path. So this is a way more figure drawing character looking version of the turtles. Like I'm actually like deferring more to figure drawing for this pose than I would normally. Just because I feel like I want to do it this way for this one. And then I can just like slap opacity down on top of it and do it more stylized like how it is in the show. Using this as kind of like a scaffold to work out some of these drawing things. Ooh. Let's maybe do this. That, and then move this here. I didn't push it as much as I should have. That's one thing though, it got kind of stiff. Oh, we did this one again. Let's pick another good one that's good for 5 minutes. Let's see here. That's a good one. Should definitely check out Olaf Storm on YouTube. I think I've heard that name before. What's their YouTube about? Art? It's like an art YouTube or something? Animation on Photoshop. Ooh, cool. Yeah, link me. I might be sub to them already, but I haven't been like keeping on the up and up on YouTube artists lately. But yeah, that sounds worthwhile to check out for sure. Animation on Photoshop, like frame by frame. Yeah. No, I recognize the name now. Yeah, I think I'm sub to them already. In the future, I'm going to be doing a lot of animation in Blender and probably more stuff in Photoshop because I got my Adobe Creative. Thanks to like the generous donations of people here, I was able to buy a year subscription from a key reflipper to Adobe Creative Cloud. So now I've got Photoshop again, and I've got a bunch of Photoshop tutorials I bought like a year ago that from a really good artist who's I'm having a brain fart for his name, but you would know who I'm talking about. That one guy who has like really great YouTube and Gumroads. I forgot that I bought a bunch of his tutorials, but then I didn't use them. So last year I was too sick to do very much. I tried to like get into stuff like that, but then I was like too sick to do anything. But yeah. I want to study his Gumroads when I get the chance for his Photoshop tutorials. Because he has a lot of really good workflow setups that would definitely help my drawing. And just like pick up on little art tips and stuff that he has. I've got a bunch of modern day James stuff that I should go through too. So I was on his Patreon for a while, so I have a whole bunch of his older art tutorials that I still need to go through and study. Kind of weird I think I made the arms pretty long. Let's see what I can do to fix that without necessarily moving stuff. Let's see here. I'm doing that digital artist issue of that digital artist common mistake of zooming in and out so much that it throws off your ability to gauge proportion. I'm also over sketching this. Part of it is kind of like I was talking, so I started going on autopilot, and sometimes talking can help, but other times it can kind of throw you off. So I think I get enough to work with, so I'm going to lower opacity on that. How much more time we got? 1 minute. Tricky. I'll get some like basic idea stuff down here. Let's see here. I'd love to find some of the production style guides that they have for this show, because it might help me wrap my head I can kind of like, I understand some of the principles that they're using, like straights against curves and stuff in the show. Like that's like stuff they teach in art school and animation school. And I'll be getting more into that in my gesture drawing class in the future, by the way. But I'd love to find the style guides for this show to like find out what kind of like yes and no things that they told animators to use to draw the characters with. Okay, is this a 5-minute worthy pose? Probably not. Let's find one that is. That's a good one. Alright. Okay, Google, how much time left on timer?
You've got 13 minutes and 56 seconds left.
Okay, Google, add 1 minute to timer.
Done. 1 minute added to your timer.
I added 1 minute because we kind of like spent a little time searching from some of the other ones. Let's see, I'm looking through my reference folder for something that might help me use this. Oh, I found one that'll work pretty good. It's one of Raphael specifically. He's a big boy. Raphael's a chonker. exaggerated perspective there. So the thing that's going to be really challenging and key into is like the sense of fun bubbling behind the shapes. Now, that's something that's not going to come easy. You have to kind of really work yourself up to that by getting super fluent with characters like this. And just get super fluent with figure drawing and gesture drawing in general. That's something I need to work on. It's like all the best animated shows have like this sense of vibrancy and fun and excitement to how like elaborately the characters are posed and how pushed they are, and like the animators were like really pushing the energy in there. And the animators in their off time, you can tell, like really enjoy doing this stuff. I mean, they practice it religiously, and they've struggled too to get good. But yeah, that sense of fun and energy, something that I'm going to have to tap into. The more of these I do, as I learn characters like this and try to apply that sense of vibrancy into my own work. Unfortunately, I'm in good hands because the awesome folks that I'm studying and learning from are wonderful masters, and I have peers I can go to for feedback and look at their work to push myself. And that's what the Discord community I'm in is all about, in addition to other peers I know outside of the community. I can recommend one of them in particular. There's a couple animation directors I'm pals with that I strongly recommend subscribing to on Twitch, or not subscribe, but following at least. You can subscribe to them if you want to. Yeah, this looks like the most like Raphael of anything I've drawn tonight. I'm starting to like gradually wrap my head around the characters a bit. If anything, I've tried to draw Raphael like tonight. And it's starting to get like a few drops of that thing I'm talking about with that sense of fun. So there's this guy here. We've drawn this guy before, so maybe let's find another good for 5-minute pose in here that we haven't done. Ooh, that is a good one. Let's do this. This will be... Okay, Google, how much time left on timer? Okay, Google, how much time left on timer?
You've got 9 minutes and 17 seconds to go.
Okay, okay, Google, add 1 minute to timer.
Done. 1 minute added to your timer.
Alrighty. So we got 2 more poses, this one included. Yeah, part of this is that you're going to be drawing your characters in different unusual poses when you create your own characters. You're going to be you're going to have to be more flexible. Like when you're designing a character, or when you're kind of learning how to draw a character initially, like you tend to like stiffen up and have them in like very static poses oftentimes, like because you're just kind of learn like the basics of the character, or like get the basic idea of them down. Like you aren't like giving yourself the permission to play flexibly with it, and that's what doing exercises like this can help you break out of. There's times when you're gonna like raise your character's leg up like this to do like a kick or something. I'm gonna maybe try pushing this because I'm looking at like a crazy pushed storyboard piece right now. I'm gonna see what I can do to really push this pose, maybe. Let's see. I'm looking at a crazily pushed piece of storyboard animatic art that's just like ridiculously exaggerated and pretty simply drawn too. So I'm going to maybe try to tap into some of that energy. Like I said, I have a tendency to overdraw. I'm looking at someone who does these really fast and energetic with incredible fluency. I'll show you after I get done the image that I'm looking at for inspiration for trying to push things, but it's a really cool piece of animatic art from Rise. And it still falls, and the way the artist drew it still follows like the rules of perspective. It's really warped and crazy. Like there's someone who's used to like playing with bending and using perspective that drew the thing that I'm looking at as reference. Let me just put. I'm gonna put that on screen after this pose, just to give you a glance. Actually, we'll just wait to the end of the session before I do that, I think. Because I kind of want to keep the momentum going here. But no doubt, like, the animator probably didn't draw those quite like that initially. They might have pushed them from earlier thumbnails that they'd done. Like, I don't know what the animator slash storyboard artist might have done for the really pushed animatic page that I'm looking at with these really hyper exaggerated versions of the characters. For some of the animatics for Rise are like basically like rough animation, like they're that elaborate. They encourage the storyboard artists to like go really nuts with it, even though like the on-model characters in the show might lose a few degrees of the expressiveness that are in the storyboard animatics. Which is a little disappointing, but understandable for the style of show that it is. I would like to see what Flying Bart can do when they when they have that pipeline where they allow the animators to like really push themselves. Like, oh, this is some Ruiner Ruiner cosplay. Let's find a good pose for our last pose here. Let's see here. That's a good one. It's a really good final. That's a 3D pose. Okay, Google, end timer. Okay, Google, end timer.
Sure, it's canceled.
I'm just gonna make the last pose like the last pose, pretty much. When it changes, we're done. I'm just gonna pick one that's really good. Let's see. What's a good final pose? Some trash images in here I gotta get rid of. We've done that one. That's a good one. Do that. We might have done it already, but alright. So when this one changes, that's when we're done with the session today. But stick around. We're going to check out some ArtStation stuff before we close down the screen for inspiration. We'll spend like about 10-15 minutes doing that. Nothing huge. It's just a nice way to like close things out and like take a good look at like the kind of artists we want to move in the direction of being more like, you know? To remind ourselves like of the level that we want to shoot for. And feel free to share cool ass artists, not necessarily even on ArtStation to me. I can put them on stream. And I might actually take, may actually take a peek and see what people have posted in the Discord, also, before we end. Will you be critiquing people's work in the future? Yes, I will be. I need to come up with a good model for how I'm going to do my critiques. I tend to do them kind of impromptu. The way I've been running my workshops is they're mostly about mileage, so I haven't really been giving people much feedback. I've been assigning homework previously in some of the other classes I've been teaching. The homework I assign now is just like optional, and I don't grade it, and I don't really look at it. It's more like just like give you some context of stuff to keep doing throughout the week to continue what you practiced here. But in the future, I want to do more involved critique and stuff. So you can look forward to that. I may actually be incorporating some kind of critique format into my Patreon, and I'm still going to do some free critiques and stuff too, but there might be some, when I feel confident about doing it, there might be some kind of a tutoring critique tier on my Patreon in the future, but at least not for now, because I'm not sure about how to make that worthwhile for people yet. I need a model for how I'm doing with the critique and what I'm covering, what subject I'm covering, before I start charging for it. But I do want to do free critiques as part of a regular class format thing in the future. I just need to I just need to come up with a model for how I do them that I feel confident about. Like, so much of what I struggle with is at its core about confidence, and this week has been very productive for me defeating and fighting against my confidence problems. Like, I found that I can pace myself really well when it comes to keeping up practice like this every day, and I get better results. So I'm going to be slowly ramping up how much of that I do, and trying to see if I can iterate on what I'm doing, moving in the direction of making the cool animation and drawing work that I want to do. Ten seconds, wow. And that's it. Let's pause there. Thank God it's over. God, it's over. Poor Donnie, stuck in the ballet pose at the end there. But yeah, we got a lot of good drawing in today. I'm going to take a look at Discord and then we'll take a look at ArtStation. But yeah, I'm going to put all these up later today on my Patreon. Everything I do for class demos goes up there for the $1 tier in high quality images, and then there's like some stuff that I also put up there for free. So check out my Patreon. I'll link actually one of the free sections I did where it was a bunch of sketch demos and stuff I did on from this last week or so. Here, let's see here. Published. Yeah, there was a couple of big free posts I made this week. This is some stuff from the last 2 or 3 months or so. It's a mix of class demos, personal sketch work, and other things. Of me like kind of getting back into the groove of drawing after coming back from being sick. So it's kind of a sketch diary of a bunch of stuff I was doing. This is only a fraction of the stuff that I was doing too. But it's a mix of class demos and a lot of other sketches and other things. So you can see me struggling with things, making mistakes, doing practice drills, and so on in the post. Actually, I'll bring that up on screen. I should probably do that. But first, I'll bring this up on screen so you can take a look at the stuff I did tonight real quick. Oops. All right. So yeah, like all these pictures of me torturing Donnie this evening are gonna go up on my Patreon later today for the $1 tier. $5 tier gets the Clip Studio file itself, so you can view the separate layers and everything. And some of the better of these will go up on my blog, maybe. Yeah, I want to do way more of this. I'm going to do more of this tomorrow. So, all you folks, somewhere around 2:30 or 5:30, I'll announce in advance through the Discord. I'm going to do, and of course you can follow me here and you'll get a notification. I usually go live about a half hour before I start doing the class or the workshop. Well, if I am doing it through Twitch, I might wind up doing it just through the Discord, but I want to do more of this tomorrow, in addition to warming up for the head drawing class I'm teaching Monday. So there'll be another 3-hour session tomorrow. Your homework, if any, is I want you, if you were doing a one second. If you're doing an existing character, I want you to look at the show that I want you to look at and watch the show, or show of similar style that you're trying to incorporate into the character that you're doing. I want you to watch it or read the comic or whatever it is related to that after this, and either sketch along to it or just maybe absorb yourself in it, think about it, think about what you drew tonight, and some of the things that the artists did problem solving on. And then I want you to just keep up this, keep drawing your characters, keep doing time poses. Try to keep it up throughout the week. Maybe work up some of these drawings and stuff. But it's up to you. The homework is optional. I don't grade anyone on it, but this is just suggestions. It's kind of what I'm going to do today. I'm going to watch some Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles stuff. I'm going to maybe take some of the better of these and try drawing them more to completion. And then tomorrow I'm going to be doing more of this, and also warming up for head drawing, and we're all going to do it again. So let's bring up ArtStation right now. I gotta do some juggling real quick, so we can do that. You're gonna maybe have to open up a new capture window for this, so just brace yourselves. Or maybe I could do this. Let me try this real quick. So. So get rid of that. Where'd my pencil go? Oh, there it is. I'll bring up ArtStation. There we go. Right here. Okay, so we're gonna look through maybe some of the stuff I liked previously, and if there's anything that sticks out to me as interesting, that's showing up to me on the front page, I'm going to open a new browser window with it to take a peek at it. That looks cool. Some skulls there. So I'll tend to, if I don't like something, it doesn't mean I don't like it, but I'm going to be trying to liking specifically stuff that I kind of maybe want to learn from a little bit more. But we'll see. So we're going to do a little bit of discovery right now. Ooh, Anatomy for Sculptors. This is this looks familiar. Yeah, this book. Yeah, I have a copy of this, and I want to dig more through it. That's cool. I recognize this guy's work. This is really neat. I think that. Oh wait, this is the guy who is the subject of a Twitter cancel controversy or something. Well, I don't give a shit about that right now. I'm just gonna like the work. That's all I care about for that. So yeah, I don't care about that. That's cool. Actually, what was that? I just missed that maybe a little bit too hasty. What was that? That was this. So what is this? Actually, that is kind of neat. I think I am gonna like that. What other work has this person done? Yeah, that's kind of cool. They're a concept artist at Ubisoft. Might be worth following. Yeah. Cool. Peter Lerner, this is amazing, amazing painting stuff right here. This would be excellent to do like portrait studies from, for sure. Wow. Yeah, this guy's fucking rad. Studies. This is more study stuff. From Peaky Blinders. Yeah. Oh, that looks familiar. It's really amazing. Yeah, you could definitely learn by doing studies from this guy's work for sure. I'll have to find out what more stuff that guy's done. Because this is like only a fraction, I'm sure, of like what he's been doing. That's actually up in his ArtStation. That's fun. Oh, this is for a card game. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, we're gonna like that. That looks really nice. So get some more of this really appealing works. Little Zootopia fan art right here. That's really fun. Oh, no mature content. Can't do that. This guy's really cool. 8-Bit Girl. Yeah, I kind of dig that. That's fun. Let's see here. Oh, that's cool. Lovely martial arts pose right there. Very expressive and fluid. Let's remove some of those so I can get some more room in here. So my like section I'm actually going to share in chat, and so you'll be able to see it update in real time and whatnot. Let's see here, collections. Yikes. There we go. So you should be able to see my likes if I link it in chat. And you can check these out for yourself. These artists out for yourself later. So I linked it in Twitch, and I'm linking it now in the figure drawing room in Discord. It's a bunch of really good stuff that we found like yesterday when we were looking at some of the stuff at the end of class too. So definitely check out some more of my likes folder. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is neat, but it doesn't really do anything for me. Oh no, this artist is pretty good. Pretty darn good. Yeah, I'll give them a follow. Let me like it. Ooh, that's a cool one. Let me like a couple of their pieces real quick. That's good. Ooh, yeah, I like that. That's really nice. And that was cool. Yeah. That's really lovely. Right there. Composition. Vlad Rodriguez, please, but on his site. If you're in the Discord, you can link that for me. But I'll check that out. So this is just good-ass fundamental skills. 3D artist looking for opportunities. Well, happy to give you a little plug on my Twitch, I guess. I'm kind of a nobody myself, so yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, he's doing fundamentals. I'll give him a like and a follow for that. Good shit, my dude. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna check out some of the people who listed. After we get done with the ArtStation stuff, I'll look for the names that you're mentioning in the Twitch chat. Daniel Clark. I was already following this dude, and that's really nice. Stylized and like just lovely color choices, and wow. Some Spider-Verse fan art. Wow, yeah. I followed this guy before, and I'd seen some of his work before. Ooh, wow, jeez, I love this guy. I really should look more. Oh, holy shit, this guy's so good. Yeah, I'd seen his work before, but I didn't really like dig too much into it like this. Dang, this guy's so good. Oh wow, this is one of the gold star artists that I would look to do practice studies from, because he stylizes and exaggerates the figures and designs them in interesting, exaggerated ways. Like look at this, like this really small head, exaggerated feet and stuff, and for this kind of fashion model guy there. It looks like he's working from like photo fashion reference for some of those, and just like distorting their proportions. These are really beautiful. These are really fucking beautiful. I love these. Like all the fashion illustration things he did, and his sense of anatomy is amazing. Jeez, look at that! Wow, dang. Yeah, I'm really glad I dug more into this guy. I'm liking a lot of this stuff here. That guy's someone to. Oh, I saw Studio Ghibli. Nice. Do like a frame study. That's cool. So this was based on this artist. Check out her Instagram. I will follow her on Instagram. Cool. Yeah, a Bulma fan art piece based on art by Chabis Calente. Oh, he did a 3D print. That's cool. Dang. Yeah, no, that's a physical sculpt. Yeah, it's a physical sculpt, and I think they 3D printed it or whatever. That's really cool. Yeah. Take a look at this guy's work. He has got a bunch of fun oh, look at that. What's cool is like often like these 3D modelers, you can usually they usually do these stuff based on like they do like these 3D models based on like existing existing artists like work, and then they credit them, and then you can do a deep dive into the artists that they used as their point of reference. That's usually really fun. All right, so I'm gonna power through the rest of these. That's really good stuff. I'm gonna like this also. Concept art intern at Blizzard and Overwatch. Oh, cool. They definitely deserve it based on this. Oh, there's some possible nude-ish stuff there, but not really. There wasn't any nipples or naughty bits there. Just that's cool. Young Ellie for Last of Us Part 2. Lead character artist at Naughty Dog. Excellent. Always happy to follow the AAA artists. This looks cool. I like the muscles on that dude. Yeah, this is really... Oh, look at that. That's cool shit. I love the contrast on these like pig people. Pig with pig, it's called. It's a fun composition right there. Good shit. Holy shit. I'm always happy to discover these really awesome artists. There's so much stuff here I can study from. I can like study from this stuff. And I need to figure out how I'm gonna partition my time to like do like studies of this kind of cool ass work, you know. We got a little bit of that today when I was doing the Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles stuff, but I should be definitely doing studies of some of the good ass artists that I'm seeing here. The people that I really want to learn from. This artist has a really wonky, unique sense of form and facial expression, like this really kind of distorted version of Guts from Berserk. And you can see some of their wonkiness. Kind of reminds me of Egon Schiele kind of stuff here, which I kind of dig. Yeah, I'm into this. This is good shit. Wow. Amazing work. Andrew Smith. That's a good illustration. Wow, good stuff here. I'll just like a few of these so I can get a little smorgasbord of some of the stuff that's sticking out to me to take a look at more later. It's kind of a funnier version of Zdzisław Beksinski's work. It's like that one too. Very nice. This guy's an illustrator. I have no idea what's going on here. Winnie the this doesn't really do it for me. It isn't my style. This isn't my thing. I mean, it's neat, but I don't know. No thanks. I don't have anything to say about this. This is just fucking rad. Wow. Look at that pose. And like the lighting shadow right here. The lost edges and everything. Wow, 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 wow. This is such a fucking good artist. Ooh, look at that daily sketch. Dang. Yeah, this is where I want to get to with what I'm doing right now. Like, I don't have the fluency that people like this have yet. But like this kind of fluency and comfortability with building characters and shapes and stuff, like this is like what I want to work myself towards, kind of. And there's no shortcut to it. I just got to put the mileage in and be smart about how I study. Yeah, so that's cool shit. Let's take a look at some of the artists that were recommended to me. Oops. If you notice, like when I open a new browser window, it brings up an ArtStation backdrop in Chrome for me, and that's how I often call that. It's a color script. Ori and the Will of the Wisp. Yeah, from Ori and the Will of the Wisp. That's cool. I'm already following that person. But you can discover cool new work every time you open a browser window. That's how I like passively like find cool new artists to check out every week. But anyway, let me see if I can find Vlad Rodriguez, which was suggested in Twitch chat. Chuck Narupti. I think both of these names sound familiar to me. Narupidi. Aaron Song. There we go. Yeah. I'm recognizing these guys a little bit more. Like, I've heard some of these names before.
How about Inhyuk Lee?
Who?
He does Marvel and DC
Link him in chat.
concepts. Alright.
There we go. Here's Narapidi. Aaron Song. Oops. He did like a John Wick thing. Somewhere. Yeah, this is a John Wick fan art thing. That's wild. Yeah, I see why you had me check this person out. This is wild, very pop art ended stuff. Definitely digging it. That's interesting take on Rock Band, aka Mega Man.
It's in the figure chat.
It's like one more for the road. Oh, there's a Spider-Man in there. I like that one. That's a really nice one. Let's see here. Someone link me to the art stations here. Yeah, I'm already following them. Wow, yeah. Yeah, I've seen their work before. This is a good excuse to like some more of it. That's a really nice Green Goblin face. Just like that too. Spidey I like there, but I just like the Spidey, so actually, yeah, look at that collarbone there. It's like that. Oh, Marvel Zombies Resurrection. Yeah. It's a nice collarbone on Spidey there. Good shit. Oh. That's a cool ass cover. Okay, so let me find some of the other artists that were suggested. Vlad Rodriguez, right here. Does he have an art? He doesn't have an art station, does he? Well, at the very least, we can take a peek at this stuff. I just hope there's no nudity here, but yeah, I can see. This guy's kind of a Drew Struzan looking artist. Kind of reminds me of that. So it's like illustrations, I think, for this looks like they might be magazine illustrations or something, or cover illustrations. Really cool. Reese Burgos on ArtStation. Burgos. Here we go. I found his ArtStation. Yeah, very good. Some very nice Arthur Fleck colored pencil. Cool. Joker Robert from Dark Knight. Beetlejuice. It's a Tank Girl cover, I think, from 2016. A bunch of Saturday Evening Post spoofs right here with superhero stuff. What's this? Personal tribute to his Drusen. Cool. Yeah. Nice. Like that. I wish there was a way to like set up a screensaver that just like plays a continued like playlist of like your ArtStation likes or something, you know? That'd be really cool.
There might be something like that on Wallpaper Engine.
Yeah. I do know that there's a lot of really good artists that make stuff for Wallpaper Engine, like John Silver or whatever made something that he was animating in collaboration with someone else the other day. Let me see if I did miss anyone, any suggested artists. I think we got them all. I think we're about ready to wrap this up, so I'm going to give people the congratulations screen. If you want to keep drawing, continue what we're doing tomorrow. Sometime either 2:30 or 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. I'm going to be doing another workshop for about 3 hours. It's going to be another session kind of like this. We might do it through the Discord or through the Twitch. And let's see here. We'll be getting more steady drawing mileage every day this next week or so as I kind of work up momentum with what I'm doing. So congratulations, you made it to the end.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you all.
Oh, and thank you, Cozy Toucan, for the Prime sub. Good night.